Yeah.
Se mä olisin ihan hyvä.
Ottaisiko meidän kanssa?
Thanks. Please write that down in the chat. I'm going to step off screen for a moment to see if you say anything. I just get a lot of hellos, which is good. So hi, hi, hi. Welcome to the second installment of Game Team. In case you're new here, welcome. In case you aren't, welcome again. There's coffee, there's tea, there's snacks, so go and get those. If you're from home, get your own coffee and tea and enjoy those there. The reason why I'm taking up your time just a tiny bit before we let Jussi share all of his wisdoms is because, yes, hello, I am your friendly local bureaucrat. Hi. So the reason we're able to do these info sessions is because we get funding from the EU, I think. So I need to fill out these types of forms to let people know
Okay.
Is this on? Work with this for a tiny bit, if that's all right.
Sure. All right. So this is the second part, as Anne said, of 5-part seminar series or info sessions aimed to bring people together and to form teams and to start making games. Yay. As far as I know, today is a special day. We aren't just live here in Oulu and live in Raahe, where there is also physical location. If things went well, then there should be live people watching in Enschede in the Netherlands and the Game Developers Championship seminar series, which is ongoing. So we are also part of that, I think, at least, or that was the plan. Without further ado, let's get started. So last time we looked at kind of business to hippies approach, how other game studios have found success, like different methods finding their way to sustainable business. We also started by looking at the player motivations, meaning that already when you have an idea of a game, not even yet the concept necessarily, you could estimate using Quantic Foundry's data who might like your game idea. And today we will be, now you switch the screens. Okay. Today we will start looking at the importance of team and as well as how much that team costs, because I hope that all, or at least most of you guys would want to make games for a living. And for a living means different things than making games as a hobby, because as a living, it means you earn salaries. Team is of enormous importance in that. So we look different approaches to that. Same as with the first time, we will be getting a couple of templates that you can play around, easily estimate stuff. Today, even 2, even though the one of them we won't go deep today. So let's see if this works better than last time. No, still doesn't work. I'll use the laptop. Okay, so today's topics are, we're first going to have a kind of inspirational presentation on the importance of team and how indeed even as a green team or for newly formed team, what are the key methods to make it into a, I don't know if it's in wartime good to say killer team, but you know, like a winning team. Which will guarantee, which will secure funding, which will make the best games out there. Then we will, particularly here in Oulu, not necessarily at the Game Development Championship, we will be having a workshop where we form teams. Last time we had the exercise of making your player profiles. I couldn't do as far that team division as I had hoped, because only 1/3 of you guys sent the player profile to Anne. So we will have to keep on trying to find nice people for you guys to do the rest of the seminar together with. So hopefully by today you would find like-minded people with whom to do the workshops afterwards. Then we go to basics of budgeting. I am sure that the sweats or tears are already dropping on some of your cheeks or from eyes. Boring stuff, but don't worry. It's necessary, but I try to make it as easy as possible. It's not as boring as it sounds, I hope. And then we will have a workshop on budgeting. And this is important bit because then next week we will be discussing roadmaps, and we start discussing about how to acquire financing. So today will be basically first step on trying to understand what it takes to get your salary before making a game. How would you get people to pay for you? So this work will continue, and that's why it's paramount that you are active today in the workshops setting to find like-minded people. So as I thought, we start with a bit of candy and then take some cough medicine, so to speak. So first the inspirational bit and then a bit more boring stuff. Tool of the day is a budgeting tool, which will make it a lot more easier to ponder that if we need to work for half a year with teams of X amount, how much does that cost, and so forth. Whoops, and I have screwed up my animations, but here is roughly the schedule for today. We are at least so far on time, and last time there was requests for more breaks, so now I have integrated breaks more. And I'm sure that everyone who was here live last time noticed that the oxygen levels were changing towards the end of the day. So let's try to go out of this space for the break time so that the air conditioning can push us some fresh air better. As always, I like to start with the Captain Obvious stuff. So Captain Obvious when it comes to team's importance is that your background will dictate how difficult or easy it will be. And it's not a fair world. So if out of the blue you would want to have a AAA game or even a AA game, I can say that no, that's not going to happen. Even if you did equally good stuff what Housemarque or any of the established studios were doing, because a new team, regardless of how experienced it is, won't be in the same position as someone who has, or some team that has done it for a decade. So your background, not your skills. I want to emphasize, not your skills, but your background will dictate how easy or difficult it is to get going. So the more experienced team, the bigger budget is possible. Same thing, of course, will be that the more games this team has done, the bigger budgets are possible, the more profits are possible, and so forth. These hopefully are Captain Obvious things. Another thing is that in many ways, the team is the single most important thing in any business, not just game business. But who are making this game or this product matters often more than even the product itself. Because when I want to give you money, I want to understand, can you deliver what you're saying you're about to do? And if you have evidence in your background that, hey, I've done great stuff earlier, then it's going to be easier for me to give you that money. It's particularly important if you are going through the investor route. Today, sadly, will be the only time we will be talking more about investments, unless you specifically insist on bringing the investment parts in. But investors in particular are more interested not in the game that you're about to make, but the team and the team vision, and where will you be in 5 years? What is the big vision? Like Gorilla Ventures, a Finnish investment firm, has said, they will spend 5 minutes assessing your idea, 5 days assessing your market, and then 5 weeks assessing your team. So this kind of is a good kind of summary on the importance of team. And this I want to emphasize again, as we will be joining in teams, and this is kind of ambitious goal that we would be forming teams during these seminars so that we would find links and then start making games together, at least some of the teams, hopefully. But I can't emphasize enough. So it's very crucial to have the right team for the right job. And in my game design courses, which I am also running, I often say that best game design isn't what's absolutely best design, that, oh my God, this would be so great. But best design is the best what you can do with what you have. Meaning that if I have one coder and one artist, the best design is something that I can do with one coder and one artist. Same is, of course, with business cases, that if you have ambitious dreams, but you don't have ways to make it happen, then your ambitious business idea is irrelevant because you won't get out of the starting fences or whatever in the running the things, whatever they are called. So, as the team is pretty much the most important thing, and there the experience and structure are very important factors. And often, particularly in early my career, but still I think I often see this advice that only hire the best, which is something extremely naive from my opinion, because how many of us can afford hiring only the best? Sure, Ilkka Paananen, after selling digital chocolate and securing 13 million to start Supercell, he can afford to hire only the best. But how about the rest of us? Well, that is the inspirational part of this speech. So what can we do when we can't afford the most experienced, the best talents, and so forth, which is the reality in 98% of the cases. So first of all, of course, whatever current team you might have, and seeing the applicant or the registrants list, there is some teams already there. So whoever you have found so far, that doesn't have to be all there is. You can plan ahead what will be part of your team. But you can also consider getting yourself advisors. Let's say that I'm a newbie and I start applying for funds, and then you guys are like, yeah, Jussi, you don't know what you're talking about, but I can say that, hey, but here is my advisor. I can always call him, ask how these things work, meaning that your sense of risk will go down, because then if I run into trouble, I have someone to ask for help. So arranging advisory board is a good idea. Then, of course, one thing which I will be talking today even more is that you can have key hires that you talk, that once we secure this funding, maybe the first or second round of funding, then we will have him on the board. And then write on that these are the key hires that I've already discussed. And as long as this and this happens, then he will or she will join my team. And then, of course, the biggest thing would be to have even board members. This is more difficult to achieve because if any of you know, law board is responsible for the business. So basically, if you manage to get someone on your board, they are the ones who are basically not just in charge of the company, but legally responsible. So it's a good idea if you manage to get someone like outsiders into your board, but often you ask and they don't want that sense of responsibility, because then if you would be one of the crooks, then they are responsible of that. But in any case. Having outsiders in your board can be a good idea as well. But the big question, of course, as you would be starting, is that you shouldn't think only that I have this one great game idea, and once we make it, that's as far as our thinking goes. But rather, already at the beginning, you should be thinking that what's the next game after the first one? Why making the next game will be easier task, easier sell, easier to make quality stuff. So, as I think I mentioned in the first time, I'm quite a lot of doing advisory work on very early stage companies, and often they lock their approach just by coincidence at the beginning, that we just thought that this game would be cool, and then it's very difficult to advise that, well, why not then do this and this and this, but then as they have locked their fortunes and future already, that no, it has to be this one big game, then yeah, what can you do? But if you start thinking that, whatever we are making first, the second one will be even better, and it's building on top of the first one, and same goes on, everything will become easier. What I'm trying to say is that your future, weird sounds coming, your future as well as your team's future shouldn't be up to one game. You should be there in the long term. So don't get stuck on just one dream project. That now that I've finally found like-minded people, let's make the best game that I could ever dream of. But rather have the attitude that, well, this will be awesome game. On the last stages, I will be emphasizing that you will have to find always unique angles and somehow make for some audience the best possible game, but it doesn't have to be the most ambitious game as the first game. But the next one should be even better. The third game is better than the second, and so forth. And as an individual, but I would say also as a company, you should think in decades rather than in months. Not that when you're in the trenches, running out of money, or if you're bootstrapping, then like getting tired of all that hard work, then it's so easy to just see like very close into the future, and then do actions that only help in the short term. But if you are thinking ahead, where my personal skills as well as the team skills are developing, then you're making sure that the next obstacles you're facing, they will be so much easier. It won't be that, well, now it's a new trench, and again, we don't have any idea how to get out of the trench, but you would be doing it better. And another approach, which I'm pretty sure that at least some idealistic hippies in the audience strongly disagree, but the saying, better shipped than ready, is your friend. Because once you launch something, even if you feel that it's not that good, I wish I had more time. No, we can't do that yet. Well, it means that you're postponing the chance to sell the next thing, postponing the chances of making not the same mistakes, but kind of like jumping to bigger heights, riding on the success or just mere existence of the previous game. Because particularly after first game, when you are making your first game as a team, that's the most risky thing. But if you have launched, then it's already evidence that yes, you know how to launch a game, how to make it ready. It might be mixed reviews or something, didn't get much sales, but it's still evidence that you can finish a project. And once you have track record, both as individual but particularly as a team, then you can realistically expect to get bigger and bigger budget next time. That if you ask for 100,000 on the first time, then 250,000 the next time is realistic. And then after 250,000, 500,000 is realistic. But jumping straight at, no, we want to sell 3 million euro project, good luck, because that is exactly what you would need. And again, this is why we had the first session, is to comparing how others did it. That's why I chose early examples of all the success cases that Finnish game industry has. It doesn't matter if some studio has already made big success, then riding on top of that, even if the latter one was bigger and better, it doesn't matter because they are riding on the previous smaller successes then. So for example, if you approach me with a plan like this, that in 3 years, this is what we're going to do, and then fourth game would be 1 million euro project, I would not say that this is unrealistic. Yes, it's ambitious, every time growing, never on the same scale, but if things go well, this would be possible. But if you said that yes, instantly to 1 million euro project, well, that's a lot more difficult to achieve. And sure, you can make higher production quality game with 1 million than with 100,000. But that's what you can get to the making a 1 million euro project. And this is something I will get back to. And particularly next week, there will be different templates when we start discussing how to get that money. Exactly this money. These are particularly for our Finnish audience, very realistic numbers. It doesn't involve that much risks. More difficult in the Netherlands or other European countries. And I will be providing kind of templates that you can then modify to your own. And what do you need to do to reach certain goals? So, I often tend to say that in a team, 2 people need to live in the future. Game designer, because they need to design the stuff before they are before they are being implemented or art created. They need to go ahead of the rest of the team. But the CEOs or entrepreneurs, they need to be living in the future, making sure that not the day-to-day problems are CEO's problems, but the problems half a year or year from now. So future basically happens exactly now. And another thing that I want to emphasize, even though it's kind of sideways from the team part, is that you should sell your projects before you have made them. Not when everything is ready, we have ready game to be launched, and then you start contacting publishers or investors or whatnot. Sure, often the younger the team, the further your game most likely need to be. But just because something takes just because you might need a demo or very quite fleshed out project, that shouldn't be the first step of the sales process. I will be giving examples why indeed if you do this, it means that even if your first game is a success, which it rarely is, and that's okay that it rarely is, then you might still be bankrupt even if it starts selling. But that's for next week's topics. And one thing is that even in small teams, there should be one who focuses on business. Business isn't any more difficult than coding, art creation, or game design, but it isn't easier either. And usually there is kind of this aura of nasty stuff with business. No, it's just developing the studio when others are developing the project. And if someone is doing exactly that, let's say we have 5 people team, 4 are making a game and 1 is thinking about the future, it means that one person might be securing the 250,000 euro project or 400,000 euro project and committing that once you get the money, then you already know who to hire. Or at least you have candidates. And then you can ride with those future potential hires as well. And of course, relating to this, don't make Me Too games. Nobody is interested in 13th in a dozen. No one gets inspired by clone games. And even veterans will move if you are making something worthwhile, particularly if you take them into the process. I'm a living example. Back in the days, I dropped my monthly salary 1,800 euros just to get to do something that no one else in Finland was doing, and I was happy doing that. But to the main point, good team. By the way, can we somehow get rid of that? Because I have text at the upper part. I don't know how it's in the stream, but okay, yeah, okay, that's good. Well, if it's not on the stream, then I guess it's fine. Anyways, so if you have a good team, that of course reduces risks. So when you will be approaching others to help you help make your game success, publishers, investor, future hires, they all look who are part of your team. So in this case, make sure that you have a worthy vision that is somehow very special in some way. Maybe the target audience is unique, maybe the game concept is really inspiring, maybe the business approach is clever, and even better than a vision is a plan. And this is where we're headed with these seminars. But before going there, let's have the inspirational part. Google, roughly almost 10 years ago, did a research on what makes the best teams. Google's workers first read through like a half a decade of research on the topic and then did experiments within their hundreds and hundreds of teams internally. And their assumption was that the best teams are formed by best people. That if you put the most skillful, proven talent together, you will get the best results. But this was wrong, and this is the inspirational part. So that wasn't the case. If you put the best performing people with longest track records, earlier successes together, that doesn't guarantee success. But there are elements that do indicate strongly that this team will be successful. So before going into those topics, it turned out that it's less important that who is part of your team than how the team performs, how they work together, and how they view their contributions within the team. So basically, some things that even junior teams can achieve. So what did Google find out? Top 5 things what they found out. And by the way, if you, would you want to guess what were the top 5? Yes. Communication. In many ways, yes, but I think there is at least 2 that matches that, but that's so broad. Like, what do you mean by communication? Yeah, there. Motivation, yes. That is one of the key elements, but that's also something that is divided to 2 different ways of motivation. Good, you are on the right track. What else? Sorry? Common goal, yes, that was there as well. Sorry, sharing the tasks and like-minded people. Like-minded didn't really appear there. Like, it could be that some super successful teams never spend time together outside work, and some super successful teams spend like they were friends and hang out together after work, like regular friends. So like-mindedness wasn't part of the deal. But what was the other one? Sharing the task kind of is within the top 5. Shared vision definitely on the list. I think we got all but the first one. So I'll repeat the question. What was the most important topic once we are there? So 5th one was impact. 5th most important element within the team. That the team members felt that their work matters in the team. That if I do something really well, what we are doing goes forward. And if I see that, hey, this is a better way to do it, then the team actually listens and they can facilitate change. Then meaning. Like that the work that they were doing had personal meaning, that I feel like what we are doing matters. Like I could be doing very good work on something I don't believe. Like I could be working on a game that doesn't inspire me, but if it does, then I feel that, hey, this will be making the world a better place. Then that's 4th most important thing. Work is personally important to the team members. Structure and clarity was 3rd most important thing, that the team had clear roles and clear goals, that we need to achieve this. You are responsible of that, and you're responsible of that, and I'm responsible of this, and so forth. So that it's not what we Finns call avopallohärdelli, but rather like there is structure that we have dailies every morning, and then we have milestones or something like that. 2nd most important thing was that the team members felt that there is dependability within the team, that I need to get things done because other people's work depend on that. If I don't do stuff, you can't do your job, so that's bad. So there is a dependability. But what was the single most, and these were pretty close if I remember the results right, but the number 1 was by far the most important thing. Anyone want to guess what was the most important thing? No. Diverse background didn't appear on top 5. Mutual respect, it gets getting warmer, but not exactly. Safety, can you ask to clarify what he means or she means by safety? Yes. Trust, kind of warmer, but I think safety is tiny bit closer. Yeah. Compatibility. No, not exactly. Yeah. Yes, there it is. Psychological safety. Maybe they Googled it, but that was so perfectly found out. Basically, psychological safety means that people within the team were allowed to take risks. And when those risks fail, they are not mocked. They are not made feel guilty or as an example, but there is support that I can make mistakes. And when I do, I don't have to hide that, oh, but no, it was Risto who did it. But rather, it's okay that sometimes you can fuck up, and that's fine. And that's actually why it's so important. It makes perfect sense, because if there is psychological safety that when mistakes are made and it's okay, it means that information flows. I don't need to hide that I made a mistake. I don't need to try to paint it a smaller mistake or anything. It also facilitates learning, that when people are allowed to take risks and then they see that, yes, actually now everyone had to work 2 weeks extra because I made a bad call. And then we are part of the team, that's fine. Yes, it's annoying, but then everyone learns. So psychological safety is the number one, what makes the best team. And the most, yeah. Okay, good. Particularly good then. Hippie hustler. I only have faint recollection of that, so I'm not entirely sure. If that person writes that on Discord, I'll look into that and answer in the Discord later on. But I'm not entirely, I would need to look into that. What I find most inspirational is that you could argue that maybe this structure and clarity, that becomes easier the longer you have been in the business or the more experience you have. So only one out of top 5 reasons have anything to do with experience or skill for that matter. And of course, even the structure, clear roles, plans, and so forth, that's not pure experience, but I would say it's more about motivation, that, hey, let's build up a structure so that we can reach a goal. So what this basically means, if you with your team manage to be good in all these, it means that slowly as your skills then will be developing, you learn to work together over time, almost any team, as long as you manage to find these ways, your team will be the killer team. So going back to the team now versus team in the future topic. So people learn. The previous, particularly the psychological safety, is a key element in facilitating fast learning within the team. And usually, if you look at the younger person, if they are motivated, and general drive that I want to do stuff, that's usually a good indicator who will be a key player in the future. Maybe not in the first couple of years, or maybe not even in the first 5 years, but in the future. So keep in mind that the bigger the motivation seems to be, the clearer it is that over time, once the skills develop, that is a person who you can easily give responsibility. They will make mistakes early in the career more, but they are motivated to learn. So if you manage, even with a green team, to survive for 3 years, then you're already battle-hardened veterans, or at least battle-hardened experts, if you manage to work together well and get things done. Damn, I have a quote next, but I don't remember. Woody Allen, I think, is the next quote. That Woody Allen has said that 80% of success is just showing up. And this relates to the team working together, is basically just like appearing, working, doing the job you need to do, but particularly in later stages as well, that just do the right stuff. Go to the conferences, go to the fairs as well. Relates to many things, but businesses as well. But the big question, of course, is that how do you keep the motivation up when you either don't have at the beginning to money to pay for the, if you're bootstrapping, then how do you keep people motivated when you can't pay salaries, or when you're struggling to pay the salaries at the beginning? So how do you keep those 5 things intact when there are other elements at play here? This answer will be answered in the second part, but if there is any questions now, I think we're a tiny bit early. I underestimated myself with the schedules, but now is a good time for break. But before we go on to a 15-minute break, so we continue at 3 o'clock, is there any questions or comments further on this topic? If not, then let's indeed get out of this space, because last time we were running out of oxygen towards the end of the day. So 15-minute break, and then we continue.
Voi olla, että meillä on tuniksi se, täällä sanotaan, että meillä on viikolla 7 päivää. Sitä on
Antanut posteja vasta viikon jälkeen.
Ihan niin. Mitä on nimissä suoraan?
Sähköposti, jos on aluksi.
No ykkösmikki. Kuuluuko? Tästä kuuluu. No niin, nyt pitäisi toimia.
Joo.
La 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 la. Laulu karaokeilta.
Seuraavana ohjelmassa.
Laulamaan kaikki. Joo, se toimii. Joo.
Onko se mikä Jussilla on nyt päässä? Onko se nyt mitään päässä?
Tämä oli se, mikä sillä oli päässä.
Se oli se, mikä sillä oli päässä.
Joo,
Mikki ykkönen.
Joo. Toimi, hyvä. Mikin täältä säätää tällä?
Sehän voi säätää täältä.
Niin no joo, siitäkin voi säätää. No se sitten ei tarvitse.
Voiko se jutella siihen, niin me saadaan siihen jollekin.
No minäpä juttelen, mitäs sulle kuuluu, Mikki? Ei kai minä olen täällä ollut aina yksinäni vaan täällä salissa. Kiva, että joku tuli käyttöön. Nyt menee vähän liian isolle. Joo, täältä voi mutettaa. Nyt on niinku äänet aika. Lähteekö kiertää tässä näin. Tässä varmaan lähtee kiertää, jos se on niinku isolla. Haloo? Noniin, tää vissiin toimii ihan.
Tuollakin on kaiut.
Kierretään vielä tämä testi. Kiertää. Ei kierrä. Kyllä tämä ihan hyvin toimii nyt. Näin tuolla. Jos se alkaa kiertää, niin otetaan äkkiä mykisti. Vähäksi aikaa.
Testi. Hyvä. Let's wait still a couple of minutes, but soon we'll continue. 3 more minutes so that the internet streamers can come back as well. Meanwhile, with the break talks there, if the initial team was really good, particularly as we then after this presentation start checking the teams a bit, let know like team 8 apparently was well done and they have been active on the last 2 weeks. That's great. If other teams also liked one another and wants to continue, let us know. Like the team division has been our best guess based on just too much of randomness. And then indeed with the player profiles, only 1/3 sent the player profile, so we couldn't reiterate that much. For the internet streamers, I don't know if like my feel is that you guys might have joined from various parts of the globe. If the team division that we did on the first time was good, let us particularly know, because you guys are even more difficult to estimate. Do you even want to join a team, or are you just for the lectures and the tools that we're sharing? So particularly you guys send Anne emails about if you want to find teams. The Rahe participants, I guess you are doing networking there, and it makes sense that if you plan on doing something, then you probably find it from there, people close to you. So, but 1 more minute, and then we continue more on the team building. Did the break raise any questions you would want to ask before we continue?
What do you mean by bootstrap? What are we going to compare?
Good. Once again, if I use terms that are not familiar, I don't know if the questions also, my question to the stream, on the previous discussions, did you hear when we were guessing the player motivation, the team 5 things, did you hear what the audience was guessing? But here was a question, what does bootstrapping mean?
I usually type the question.
Oh, excellent. Anne is saving the day, so that's very good. So bootstrapping basically means working for free. It comes from the American expression, American fantasy, I would say, that even poor people should be able to pull themselves up from their bootstrings. But basically, when you have a day job, or if you're enjoying unemployment benefits, in Finland at least we have those, it's a good idea to start working already then. Like we did in the break time, there was a question for me, how did the Resistance game start? So we bootstrapped for 1 year. We have founding team of 8 people. So all 8 of us worked in the evenings. We went to fairs, sold stuff, pitched, and quit our day jobs once we signed the first contract, which was Company of Crime. It took a year, and indeed we didn't need to take any risk in starting Resistance games, like no loans kind of risk. Sure, free time, less time with family, and so forth. Sure, that risk we took, but we bootstrapped and just had enough money to go to the Gamescoms and game connections and so forth. And that I encourage all of you to do the same, particularly if you're in a day job. Try to prepare as far as possible if you want to start a company. Only start a company when it makes sense, not before. But yes, I think it's time to continue. Any other question or comment? Any other terms that I haven't explained what it means? If not, then let's continue. So part 2, more about the hires. But before we go into hiring more people, let's have a bit more theory on teamwork. Like, what does team mean, and how is team different from a group, and what is the basic principles as you find each other and start working together, what is there to expect? So 2 different words, team and group, and somehow they are opposite of one another. So basically, people who form a group, there are certain principles. So they work independently. It could be that I said that you are group 1 and you are group 2, then you're still individuals. You have your own passions. So you have only your personal goals that are pushing you forward. And there is no accountability. Someone said, hey, we should do this, but it's like there is no that, did you do that or not? That is a typical group. Schoolwork usually are just groups, not teams. When we form a team, it starts up as a group and only slowly transform into a team. So people who form a team are then, of course, opposite of a group. So there they have shared goals. Now we want to go somewhere together, not just because I want to, but because we want to. They have mutual responsibilities that I need to do this, and then you can do that, and then you can do that. So we are sharing, we're doing this together. And then, of course, we're accountable for our actions. So if I don't do stuff, then Risto will say that, Jussi, you bastard, you didn't do what you promised, and then I feel bad. I am letting people down and then try to make myself better. Yeah. Okay, it's weird sounds also sounding. And when it comes to team building, there is a saying indeed, developers develop a product, whether it's coders or like game that we are developing, but some product, and then CEOs and entrepreneurs develop the team or the company. And that's why it's important that someone would focus on this element so that the team gets to grow as well. Not just necessarily with extra people, but with more work methods and other associated stuff. So just like a designer should make changes when indeed the game design doesn't work, or coders when they make mistakes, they fix bugs and so forth, then CEO should make changes to business plan when you realize that, well, this is not going to work, then maybe we need to do this instead of what we initially planned. Once again, the psychological safety that yes, when something doesn't work, then someone should be responsible to seeing that, well, this is not going to work, so let's revise our plans. Then how about the team itself? Bit of theory on team building. There is 4 stages for each team. The last one being the best one. So every team, when we are forming a team, that's basically exactly the stage where we are. We are at the forming stage. So what is typical with the forming stage is that we are still individuals then, and we have our individual goals. Maybe I joined the team because I would want to make strategy games, but not necessarily the strategy games you guys would want to make. It's still my passion, or that, well, I don't have anything else to do, so now I joined this team for the time being, so I can help around. And then there is just ground rules that, yes, you need to be at work at 10 o'clock at the daily. Like basic principles are just guiding how are we working. Usually at the forming stage, it's relatively fast to go to storming stage, particularly in the startup when you find one another, but of course sometimes else as well. And the storming stage means that we are already setting up structures. The files are found here. Whenever we contact a new person, then put the files there so everyone knows what has been sent to that, or that we use Jira for task association and whatever. Like there is already structure in the work that everyone knows what they're supposed to do. But we are still individuals. It's further developed than the forming, which is just the ground rules. So now we are at the storming stage, and indeed we resist group leaders at the storming stage. So I didn't get the role I wanted, or well, I think this would be a better way to handle, and there is friction within the team. Well, then after the storming stage, we enter the norming stage. And as the headline says, then we are properly working with one another. So at this stage, we start feeling that it's no longer Jussi Autio working with these other people, but I'm now part of resistance games. It's resistance game. I feel part of that team. I accept that this is where we're going and that other people have different viewpoints and they are equally valid as mine. I don't have to push my view anymore. It's rather that, well, we need to go steadily towards something. So sure, I voiced my opinion, but we're going then this way because together we accept that this is where we're heading. And then last stage is the performing stage. That's of course where any team would want to be. There we work as one. We are a well-knit team. We realize things like, well, these things I need to tell you because then otherwise you would think that way. So I know that when I need to communicate and when I don't need to communicate, we kind of read each other's minds in this sense that we don't waste time on certain things, and thus that time can be put to other elements. We will have trusting and most likely flexible environment that I know that you need to do, you need something from me. So when I need to go to the doctors, then I work in the evening so that in the morning you have that just like I promised, and there isn't extra friction on any of this. But yeah, I have other business. I go there and I do that hour somewhere else, but I also trust that yeah, it needs to be there so that others can do their job. And what is important is that whenever new team member joins, if we have reached this performing stage, any team usually reverts back on this stage. The smaller the team, meaning that the bigger percentage joins as new team members, the more time we will be spending on these other elements. Sure, it won't be as long as in the first time when the team initially was founded, but it will go down. It's impossible to stay on performing stage if now I have a close work friend that doesn't know yet our norms or even the ground rules for that matter. Probably indeed the forming stage will be fast, but then storming and norming might take longer. and I hint towards one of the questions I will have later, that the better culture fit the person is, the faster we get back to the performing stage. Then another typical thing that if you participate in business lectures or accelerators or incubators is emphasizing, particularly outside games, is emphasizing that are you sure there is a business demand for this? So typical reasons why companies fail are as such. So the biggest reason is that there is no market need. Well, what is the market need for games? Well, I'm not going to handle that. I'm pinpointing another thing is that 23% of the time, and third most common thing is that we didn't have the right team for it. We tried to do something our team wasn't either capable or wasn't the best at doing. We couldn't accept on the goals. Someone was pulling it to different direction. We didn't have the know-how or whatnot. So roughly 1/4, 1/5 of the time, businesses fail because they didn't have the right team. And that's quite a big number still. Technically, of course, running out of cash is probably when companies go bankrupt. But then this is indeed that maybe sometimes we wasted time on other stuff, and that wasn't the main reason. That was just result of something else.
Is this business in general or game teams?
This is a business in general.
So doesn't this market need go down in the game business?
That's a whole thing that I could have a lecture on, just the market need topic. I would say that either it's a lot bigger, because if like game business is extremely competitive, so you could say that entering indeed the red ocean that we discussed last time, that well, why did you go to the red ocean and so forth, or indeed that well, it's not exactly relevant, like there isn't the problem and solution like what this usually refers to. The no market need is usually that with the outside games belief that you need to identify first a problem, estimate how valuable problem that is, and then provide a solution for that problem. But what is the problem of YouTube videos or movies or books? What is the market need for good stories? I kind of think that this isn't that important bit of game industry thinking in this sense. But it could be that if you're making 13th in a dozen, yes, then the no market need is kind of like, if you're making the same type of game everyone else is, that this experience I can get from other games, then you could argue, of course, that no market need is valid in that sense as well. Any other questions or comments on this or? Okay, then let's say that you establish the team and you realize that you either need or can grow. So then what should you do? So first of all, before going into this exercise that you see on the left, company culture. That's usually something, company values and so forth. Everyone always says that we are so fancy and nice, puts all sorts of nice things as company values. But company values are kind of, they depend on who do you hire, what kind of people, who do you keep, and who do you reward. That's part of the company culture. What sort of people will be joining? What do you value in the hiring process? And how do you earn influence within your team? So what are the criteria to earning influence? And most importantly, of course, like you could argue when everything is going well, we can afford to claim bold things that we are better than what we really are. But what the actual company values are usually the values that you prioritize when things are hard. When you are in the trenches, you're about to run out of money, you're behind schedule, then what will you then crunch? I don't know. Then if it's according to your value that people's personal lives are important, then you won't crunch even if you're behind schedule. But then it might not be, then maybe you do crunch. And that can be fine if you as team leaders decide so. So the big question is then, with the culture fit and skill level, when you are in a position that, do I want this person into my team or not? Then there are two easy choices. So if someone has high performance, does the work really well, and is a good culture fit, that's an easy choice that yes, I should definitely hire or keep him or her. And if someone has low performance and low culture fit, then yeah, that's also easy choice. Don't hire the person or don't keep that person if you already hired such a person. Then the difficult thing is that how about should we emphasize high culture fit but low performance, or high performance but low culture fit? And which one do you think is more? Which one should you prioritize? High culture fit. And why would you prioritize high culture fit? Yes, one person can destroy a team. Yes, indeed. There is more to it, indeed. You're absolutely right. Like the culture fit basically means that if you have someone whose way of working, whose way of being is very different than the rest of the team, it means that in that forming, storming, norming, and performing, you go further back and you stay longer there. And usually that will be difficult to persist. That persons, as they are high performing person, maybe more experienced than the rest of the team, or not necessarily maybe just as experienced as some of the other most high performing team members. But then they resist. In the previous company, we did like this, so we have to work like this. And it will struggle to go back to the performing stage. Whereas usually with the low performance, it's just a matter of skill. And over time, people learn. But low skill level people don't interrupt as badly the overall team performance. You don't have to spend so much time going back to the norming stage or storming stage. So hiring good culture fit, but not as a skillful person is better choice than hiring very experienced and high performing person, but who doesn't fit in the team dynamics at all. And then another thing, you will be one of the most experienced persons in the team at some stage at least. And most of us, when it comes to skill, so skill goes that way. And this is the amount of people in the world, like a normal distribution of skill. So like superheroes, extremely talented people, there is only few. So who should you as lead, like lead programmer, lead artist, lead designer, or whatever CEO, who should you coach? Where should you as team leader spend your time on this normal distribution? I can say intuitively, particularly if you have a bigger team, what's perfectly normal is that the experienced people probably naturally spend time together. So like at Resistance Games, me and Yuri, we like each other. We've been knowing each other for 15 years. So we like spending time together. So naturally it would come that, yeah, we spend a lot of time with one another. But where should my focus be on, or Yuri's focus be? Who should we coach? I'll start from here and say HEP when you, or raise your hand when you think it's the right position. Okay, a few. Okay, put your hands down who did that already. Let's see where others think. Okay, yeah. You can also put down. Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, so where you should focus as a team leader is here. And why here? Is because here, the skill level, they are probably still struggling with the tools. Artist doesn't yet know all about Photoshop or how to import stuff, and they are wasting a lot of time on things that are easy to fix. They are probably just struggling with work practices. I haven't used Unity or Unreal before, so I'm not yet on high skill level. So these are the ones that need the help the most. Then the nasty part of being a leader is also recognizing when it's too early for a person to be in the business, and then you should fire these that are totally hopeless, which is like I can say the most annoying thing being an entrepreneur or CEO is to fire people. It always stings hard, but you need to be prepared to do that. And why this is because the best will lead for, like if you have people here, they will lead by example, and then the vast majority who are somewhere here in the middle, they are on their way to becoming these, so they don't have any obstacles. They might have 5 years or 10 years in the business or on their profession, so they are slowly transitioning to those superhero positions. Just extra years, and they will be also there at the very top. Nothing is blocking them. And the same goes with these, like on the latter part of the curve. No obstacles there. But in the ones that are already helpful, but not really benefiting the company as much, then they are the ones who need the most help. Yeah. You mean these people? Yeah, I mean of course it doesn't have to be these people only coaching. It could be that these are coaching these. Of course, you're absolutely right that it doesn't have to be that only the high level skilled people are coaching. It can be anyone from anywhere here coaching those who have trouble. So you're absolutely right. Any other questions or comments on this? Yeah.
Right after the video, the curve drops deeper and
Yeah.
would that mean that there is an obstacle coming from middle to the expert?
I don't remember, did I create this picture myself or not? So it could be just the curve I painted myself. So it's supposed to be like a normal distribution, the same what we saw in the first time, that this is usually how either in personalities or like that there are very few extreme cases, and most of us are in the middle. So that's just my bad with the picture. And then, of course, one thing to bear in mind is that with company culture, it's also important to remember that rewarding and promotion aren't always the same thing. So if your company culture is that you only reward with promotion, more influence, more influence doesn't always mean promotion, but anyways, it means that at some stage of the hierarchy, it means that the lead programmer, for example, should be the lead, meaning managing others. But managing people is not the same skill set as programming or doing design or whatnot. So basically, if in your company you have a way of rewarding by promotion, it basically means that the first time someone isn't performing well is the position in the company where they get stuck, where they don't no more get any promotions. And no one likes getting relegated, like being moved to a smaller position. So that will kill motivation. So sure, at the startup scene, not the most important thing, but this gives me a good excuse also to emphasize the importance of making sure that the staff feels appreciated. So let's say that we are at the mid-sized company, so this is an honest problem for us. So how do we make sure that people feel motivated after years of working for you? What are the methods? Yeah.
Like putting some achievements in the company, like you have done 1,000 hours in this month, congratulations, and then we have higher and higher in 1 year, and I don't know.
Yeah, achievements. Yes, that's actually a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Yes.
Bigger responsibility work-wise, you have to like challenge that now because man or woman or they must be like must be sure you are the one who should do this.
Yeah, to some extent. Like if I simplify, did you say that kind of like employee of the month, but for a certain role?
Well, yeah, but actually exactly that, but like, well, first you have make like some position that like bigger, but it doesn't mean you haven't like managed people, you have like just responsibility.
Yeah. Now I understood. Yes. So kind of if as a programmer I would have earlier done just UI programming, now I get to do AI, which is a lot more difficult. Yeah. That could be, yes. That's a good. And I would have advised against the employee of the year, but yeah.
I actually want to
Yeah.
a lot of people like they would want extra responsibility without being much.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like thought without saying that yes, they should be also like rewarded monetarily also for the responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way we can measure it in this system.
Yeah. One thing, of course, with promotions, monetary compensation should come, but if your salary is already okay, it's been researched that if you don't feel that you're undercompensated, then a salary increasing motivation lasts for max 3 months, and then your motivation is still on the same level as it was before. So unless you are underpaid, then money doesn't really increase any motivation.
Comments from
Yeah.
here. Bonuses, free time to work on projects, perks and benefits, and good bosses, that is always a blessing.
Yes, all of these are good. Could be company culture things, indeed, these perks and other stuff, like other ways to show appreciation. But one thing, like all these are great. One thing that I still remember my first GDC travel in 2007, what some German company I think was using when they faced exactly this problem, and then this relates to this perk thing, was that if they don't want to promote someone to management position, that this shouldn't be a lead programmer. So what do you have? You have junior programmer, senior programmer, lead programmer. Well, then they just invented new titles. So after senior programmer, you became master programmer, and then you became demigod programmer, and so forth, which worked really cool because people spent time not just with their colleagues, but people with other companies as well. So imagine sipping a beer or drinking a soda, and then you ask, so how's work? So what are you doing there? Well, I'm a demigod programmer there. Here's my business card, look. So that's gonna show and spread the positive company culture. Yes?
Yeah, and it's formally acknowledging like the experience one has in the company.
Yes.
It's surprisingly important.
Yes, indeed. And these good bosses give positive feedback. Of course, constructive feedback also how to do work better when it's needed, but hopefully indeed in a constructive way. But we, particularly as Finns, I think we forget the positive feedback way too often. That it goes very far as long as we remember to acknowledge when someone has done a good job. And this kind of demigod programmer or whatever, that's part of this recognition that, hey, good job. What it basically means, it's just thumbs up, good job. And yeah.
Something I'm wondering about this kind of senior program and such is that in more of senior programs, I think it's a bit difficult to seek more, at least for myself, because there is some expectations for a senior level. For example, I have been seeking some jobs, and whenever I see mention of senior or something, I get the feeling that, wait, what do I have to know about this before I have seen it? So
yeah,
kind of a double-edged sword in that.
Yeah. But when it comes to searching for someone, then it's kind of different thing. To get more applicants if you have trouble getting applications. But this was more of how do you make sure that the staff feel appreciated when you can't promote anymore without forcing them to manage others if they don't want to manage others. So, but definitely a good point that if you're applying for a position. Well, the seniority, of course, this shows something that, well, juniors shouldn't even apply. And one thing that particularly, like people searching for jobs often forget that hiring takes a lot of time. And if it's a startup, that is a huge amount of time that recruiting a person, if you have lots of applications, that it can take. Not all companies have human resources personnel who could handle just the emails, answering emails and organizing the interview times and so forth. So that's also to bear in mind that sometimes indeed the smaller the company, the bigger percentage of total work time the recruit takes. So hence you probably get better responses from bigger companies because they have actually someone whose job it is to take those, answer those emails and so forth. This is a defensive word for all of us, for small companies who are receiving some emails from people searching for jobs. So indeed, it's important to remember to reward the right way. Reward the right way is indeed that what happens if we have the Employee of the Month reward? Why would that be a wrong way to reward? Yeah.
You lose it.
you lose the employee of the month. No, not necessarily. If I give you something to put into your wall, you were employee of the month of October, but then
Not the next.
yeah, but that's not the challenge there. What is the why it can be destructive to reward them? Yeah.
There can only be one.
And what does it mean?
People who are not the employees.
Yes. So you basically create competition within your team, and if it's teamwork, it's not individual work, where I'm supposed to work as flexibly with Risto as possible. Then if we're competing, then it might not be a good idea. For some sales organizations where it's just one person handling most, yeah, sure, I guess there is a reason why some companies use employee of the month stuff, but for most companies that require teamwork, I would not recommend any employee of the month kind of reward system, because it can counterintuitively start destroying the team spirit, particularly if you associate bonuses to employee of the month, that I get 2,000 euros if I'm employee of the month, then it starts being annoying when Risto always gets that and I didn't get it. So, yeah.
Be a better solution to individualize the reward system. Like, let's say you task well, you get a mug or something.
Yeah. That I think that goes with the perk thing. That it could be indeed that you get something personal. That it's not just the company mug, but it's something that recognizes that you did a good job with the tool, developing as tools or whatever. That it's customized. That's always better than better than just here's a company T-shirt. So.
I'm just sharing from people watching at home. There's, what is it? I lost my words now because I've written things. Good God. They're agreeing with you make others feel worse by naming someone specific, so very much what you said. And then we have a book recommendation on measure what matters. And do you want to hear more about it? I just got a lot of text about it.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And if you can maybe speak on the microphone so that people can hear you. Yeah, you know how to put it on.
I do, but I'm going to mute you in case.
Yeah.
You can still say something.
Yeah.
No.
All right, cool. So there's a long text, so bear with. About the book. For example, in that book, so that book was called Measure What Matters. So for example, in that book, they mentioned that the individual indicators should be aligned with the overall organizational, and that the individual performance evaluation should not be aligned with these indicators because they should always be aspirational, so not fully achieved. Did you get that? So in layman's terms from the audience, always put the carrot in front of the ass, is that then? All right, but anywho, this is what I didn't really register what I read. I just read it out loud, but yeah. So the performance evaluation should always be aspirational, right? That's what you're looking to say, I hope. Yes, I'm gonna shut up now. Thank you. Oh, I'm just gonna handle this. But yes, it's a good comment nonetheless.
Yes, definitely. Sorry, if you were expecting me to comment straight, then I was just checking how are we on the time. So that's why I was looking at my phone instead. But definitely, moving on to presenting your team to other people, whether it's for your future recruits or investors, publishers, other financiers. How should you do it? You should always focus on the best part of your team. So whatever is great about your team, bring that to the front. Particularly as Finns often are blamed that we keep the candle under the vakka, under the cover, so to speak. So show that what makes your team special. So always boost whatever there is to boost. And if your team is too junior to showcase, then make sure that it doesn't appear too junior, even though, yes, maybe years-wise it could be, but you could then get other reasons to boost it, which could be indeed the advisors, key hires, outsourcing partners, and so forth. So that the sense of risk, which I will be talking in the future seminars quite a bit when we talk how to talk to publishers or financiers, the sense of risk, red flag, that well, will they be able to deliver, then before they get that red flag, make sure that, well, you're answering that before they start in their mind waving the red flag. So try to approach that proactively. And you should never ever lie. That will destroy your reputation if you lie and are caught for it. But that being said, you don't have to rub it in the face that yes, we've never done a game before. Maybe someone has hobby games, so don't say that we've never done any games before or whatnot. So you shouldn't definitely ever lie. But if you recognize your team's weaknesses, and then you should have solutions already. That yes, we realize that we're a green team, but look at our advisors, or look at this key hire that we will hire because we realized that for a story-driven game we need a good scriptwriter, for example. Then this person will be our freelancer, and she has done this and this and this, or whatever. And then there are different methods to present the team. Oops, there is also spelling error. We now notice. And then I do, even though I feel that the investors often want to see the individuals in the scope, but particularly for younger teams and with publishers, I feel you could show structure as part of the picture. That how many coders, who is the lead, and how many years they are, kind of just the visual representation. Or do you just put the individuals as scope, present them more, spend more time on explaining who are your founding team and so forth. And you will be in position where you need to show who are you as individuals also. So then consider again that it's not one way for all the positions. So if it's a matter of making this game, then maybe indeed it's better to show what roles do we have and how many people, and only maybe the leads get the longer presentation. If it's investors, then yes, who are the founding team, and then explaining their backgrounds and so forth. And then plans. You should plan things, not just randomly doing things, but plan in advance what will happen at each stage. They will also help with recruits. I'm sure that everyone has had experience at some point that, hey, let's make a game together. And with a friend, that's fine. There is nothing wrong with that. But if you plan to get someone who is already working somewhere else to quit their day job, or plan to quit their day job and join you, you need more than just, hey, let's make games together. You need plans. So you should be able to show what you're doing and show that you know what you're doing. And this could be one of the ways, like you could attach timelines that here is money coming in, here is money coming in, here is money coming in. Would you, Jussi, join us at this stage? Should we keep you in the loop and kind of start luring people well in advance? And particularly as the key people are rarely available, as a kind of, if this was just for the students or just only for unemployed people, then sure, we know that we then get to work together for X amount of time. But at some stage, you probably need to grow and hire people who are already working for somewhere else. And that's why if you start talking about your plans early on, they might at first say that, yeah, that sounds interesting, I'll follow. And then when indeed you are doing what you said that you would, then they start considering, hey, maybe, yeah, if you actually manage to get money there, maybe I could join you. So they could then plan when they exit their day jobs and so forth. Because if you have a need now, well, how many of us would be prepared to instantly quit our day jobs and pre-made commitments and so forth? But if it's something that could happen in a year or in a half a year, that's a different story. Maybe the project is finished or my commitments are like, yeah, at that stage I would have more free time or whatever, then it's possible. So start the talks early and show those plans. So particularly at the early stage, there probably is going to be a challenge that, yes, even like what I said, the instruction, some bosses are saying only hire the best people. Well, they're super expensive and they're already committed to other places. But how can you then hire at least close to that or relatively experienced people? Well, there are ways to do that as well. One is tying in with stock options. We won't be talking too much about stock options on these seminars, but I will be happy to coach more on that. But if you are to go through that path, this needs a bit of explanation before I can continue. First of all, if you go via investment rules, after a break I will explain a bit more about this, but you most likely need to have several investment times. Pre-money valuation is the valuation of your company when before extra money is given in. So let's say I invest 150,000 to Risto's company, then pre-money is that what the company was worth before I put that, and post-money is that I put the 150 there, so now it's worth 1 million euros. And this will show that how many percentages will I get. You can have this tool if you want, but then tying into stock options. So if you would go through this path, for example, that company, more age, the company's value grows, then you could compensate early on that, where is my cursor? There. That, for example, for the founders, stock options, how much at first, if 10% is reserved for future hires or whatnot, then how much is that worth in different stages? If they believe that you can make those investments take place, then owning a bit of the company means that, yeah, I might not be getting that much salary at the moment, but if I own the company, then my ownership will grow like this. More on this after the break, though. So this tool basically, well, anyways, more after the break. Now, was it this one? Yes. So that's pretty much it. Any questions so far before we hold another break? My question is Risto annoyed? I know your name, so I'm using you as example quite often. Is that annoying?
Just that, are you going to share that sheet you just saw?
Yeah, yes. Yes. And I can once we have like after the break, we have the team forming. So for the stream followers, then check the schedule in Discord, or I will say that as well as I check it. Then we will discuss more the source of money and budgeting things. So then we'll explain a bit more, or it's easier to understand what you just saw. But it will be available. Anne will send a link to that. And then this time, last time I shared the player motivation tool, I shared with full rights. This time I will share it only with viewing rights, so you are forced to make a copy for yourself. Because now, then you won't start making your changes to that, but then it will be at your Gmail after that. So make a copy out of it. Yes.
Are you aware of the silver bullet method that was in use at the during the early 2000s?
Silver bullet method. I know what silver bullet means, but not a method.
Context.
No.
It was for the more like the directional roles, but like if they handle a project very well,
yeah,
those higher up persons, people get a silver bullet. That basically means that they can suggest a new project for their like with more creative freedom to them as the next one to be done. And what do you think of that as a motivational tool?
Yeah, I mean, like if it's a company that if you do well, then you have bigger control over what we do next. I think that's a perfect way. Like I think it's really good. At Resistance Games, we basically have something similar. We, before pandemic in particular, had a monthly company day where anyone could pitch a new concept. There was 2 qualification rounds, and if it passed, that it's according, like we feel that this is a great concept, then we start putting hours in it and make it sellable, and then we start selling that as a concept, and maybe indeed it will be the next game we make. So something similar. We didn't tie it into the success of the game because, well, our games are relatively big, and so at the beginning it was just my game concept. So if I'm being rewarded, then no one else is getting their take on it. So that wouldn't work in Resistance Games, the like rewarding on the results, but rather that if you pitch something great, then it will become something that we sell, and if we manage to sell it, then we do it. I hope I answered. Yeah. Any other questions or comments?
When hiring new people to the team, or someone is sending application for something they have in mind, when the project is in the like end stage, almost to be published, or how high chance is it that you will just reject even talented people and maybe keep them in mind for later?
For me, or Resistance Games personally, was it with recruits or with the like after the project?
For you, like,
with me and Resistance Games, it has happened that we do keep in mind, particularly if it was like, we wish that we could have this person within the team. So we have reached out that, are you still available? For us, like particularly with the internship, sadly, it's more difficult as we are in the stage that, let's say that we are selling now this project and it's 1 million euros. So we have planned it so that we already have the staff or some outsourcing bits. So our goal is that we make the profits from the sales of the game. There should be more leeway that we could randomly hire people, but usually if you did a good job, then hopefully we manage to sell the next project while you're in there for like not permanent staff. Then you will be part of the kind of exactly the sales process, that now we have this concept and these are the people that we need for it. So we are mostly designing for the team that we have, maybe tiny bit of growth, but not huge growth, because then it's again that if we rapidly grow and we wanted extra money, then it's extra risk. But if it's just that, yeah, we have worked together for now 4 years, then it's less risky. So I hope it's not counterintuitive, but internship with current state at least, it will be hard to instantly continue. But we do get back to people. One thing that I encourage, even though it's once again those nasty things, is that when you're hiring, don't use the permanent contracts. Because if you run out of money, then you're developing a game, and then you have lots of permanent staff. It will be annoying to have the YT-neuvottelut to fire people, but usually if you have planned a project well, if it will be then clear that, well, your contract will end here, no hassle, no the YT kind of like hiring back requirements. No one is blocking you from then hiring different staff for the next project if that project is completely different. But if it was permanent staff, then you would need to hire them back, and maybe the project would need more artists or more coders or whatnot. Sure, there is jiggle way, but I think I would encourage to keep the core team with permanent contracts, and then unless there is extra money, then have like the määräaikainen and whatever that is fixed term contracts more. We haven't used much of fixed contracts, a couple of fixed contracts. So most of us have. In Resistance games, we haven't followed this logic, but that's my encouragement to use fixed contracts instead of permanent contracts.
So when people send applications, do not be disheartened because it might be just stage of the project that you are
Yeah, and like the best way to, if like I would imagine for most that follow the not investor path but publisher path, so that we're selling project, then the best way to swim into the team is early when we are just launching a new project. Probably at that stage we don't hire, but internship then, and then we need, or sending the job application when we're starting a new project. Then we already know that, well, we're going to hire after the pre-production phase someone. Then that's the best way to kind of send the application. So, but when it's end project, then we hire when we're in trouble, QA, or oh shit, where coders are having so much extra work. Then it's panic choices maybe sometimes, but most secure way is early in the project.
So how come there is not that many fixed term or whatever this määräaikainen is jobs available, like if it's games, those people? They seem to be mostly like this.
I think it's because there is a huge shortage of workforce in game industry. So there is a competition of the staff. So of course, as an individual, I want permanent contract. And if you're only offering me fixed term, then I might choose the other job offer instead. But when running a company, if you're the CEO, if you could choose, then openly indeed, and then of course I would explain why it's fixed term, and then what the company needs to do that we could continue, because of course everyone wants to stay if the team spirit is great and so forth. But like from the CEO's perspective, I would encourage using more fixed terms. It's easier to plan, which will be the next topic also when we go to budgeting. So it's a lot clearer when you know that, well, this cost will disappear at this stage and no extra hassle is needed. So, yeah.
When starting a new company, is there like an ideal number of people or the composition of the team when starting out?
It depends on what you're about to do. I would say once again, Like if if only tool you can use is a hammer, then all the problems look like a nail. Same thing that if you start with 2 people, then your growth prospects are smaller. My usual kind of minimum would be 5 people, my recommendation. But at the same time, you need to sell a lot less than half if you have 2 people instead of 5. But if you have 5, you could have 1 coder, 1 artist, 1 designer. Sorry, 4. 4 is the recommendation, and 1 CEO. So then everyone would have huge field, sure, but then how much you need to sell will be manageable. So you don't have to rely on that we're only profitable if we sell 100,000 copies. You could do less. So then 4 would be smart, but at the same time, I'm counterintuiting why we are 13 people. Pretty much from the get-go, we planned to be 13, even though founding team is 8, is because, well, there is a lot of games and there is a lot of small studios. So with 13, our production values are considerably higher than team of 4. So that's why we went to a bigger one. But then that's why we also bootstrapped for a year to make sure that we can pay the salaries for 13 people. So it's still not big, the 13 people, but it's still bigger production values than with 4 people. So. Yeah.
I have a risky situation with someone raising their hand, so yeah. I'm not sure how that will work, but I'll open their mic and let's see what happens. All right,
so the person who had their hand up on Teams, you should be able to use your mic now. Is that right? If so, please make a sound. If not, then write your comment. No, I got it. if so, please make a sound. If not, please write your comment on the chat and I will repeat it there. Thanks. This is, by the way, like a PA announcement, like the person who left their gloves somewhere, blah, blah, blah. Anywho, apparently not. So please write your comment on the chat. Thanks.
Yeah, but I'm waiting for that comment in the chat so that we hear it.
There's no comment on the chat.
Okay. Any other questions, or should we head to a break before yes, now I checked the schedule. The schedule is as such that next we should have the half an hour workshop on setting the teams and seeing are you satisfied with the teams, and then the lecture part, then that would continue 16:45. And then we start going to team costs.
No niin, todennäköisesti.
Että se on muuten sitä Korneelta.
No, tadain olla. All right, let's continue. So next up, Anne will handle you, the internet people. So no need to listen to what I'm about to say, as I will be addressing mostly people here in Oulu next. We will continue with the new topic, team costs at 16:45, so in half an hour. So then that's when you should be back at the Game Developers World Championship audience, as well as everywhere else. So no need to now stay put.
Can you let the people know I'm splitting into rooms?
Yeah. So Anne will be splitting the internet participants into different rooms. She's doing that at the moment, so some of you will jump faster than others, but that is taking place as well at the same time. Now, as the point of these seminars was indeed trying to bring people together, as in Oulu, we don't have a structure or a proper structure for where that would nowadays naturally take place. So on the first time we created, just based on your roles, some preliminary division, and at least one team was successful, so the team number 8 was happy with it. For the others, I haven't received any feedback. There is one educational games team. Raise your hand if there is anyone here, or are they those outside still, the educational team members? That's what I actually thought, because I thought I recognized or remembered from the first time who was in that team. How many of you don't remember what team number you had? Okay, almost everyone. That was a surprise turn of event. Or is it this one? Yes. So before I start dividing you again into teams, like those of you who sent your player profile, if there were lots of similar player profiles as yours, then I did a new division. But as quite many didn't send, then you are still in the same team number. But most likely, not having all the player profiles broke the logic that there would be coders, artists, and so forth, all the roles in there. Hence, there is now pieces of paper on that table. So at the same time as I will be sharing which teams you were in and so forth, you could take up your role paper. If you had the secondary role as well, you can maybe write it. And at least, I don't remember Häätylä's first name. What was your? Juha-Matti at least had a clear goal what kind of team he would want. Then I'll let you mingle and try to find appropriate teams. But let's do that once we are back in the team. So the team number 8, maybe you can go already in there, because you guys seem to like one another. So then there were also some who, I guess, either registered later or weren't on the first time. So Mikko Virolainen, are you here? No? Well, you would be in team number 1. How about Toni Hyvönen? You're in team number 1. So there is space. Maybe if you could go there, and let's assemble team number 1 there. Mikko Liimatta is also in team number 1. Arto Ollila is in team number 1. Sami Sivula is in team number 1. Juan Miguel Dia Castro is in team number 1. And that might be it. Let's see if there is. Yes, that is it. Then, oddly enough, there is no team number 2 at this stage. So Juha-Matti Häätylä's team is number 3. And you have the one that had lots of similar roles. So then there is Olli Uikkanen earlier in team number 5, but now you're in team number 3. As said, you guys are in charge, so I'm just trying to help the teaming. But if you don't feel like any of these divisions make sense, then change teams. We try to make sure that you would find other place. Then Jussi Mehtälä is in team number 3 as well, so the acrobat team basically. Then Mikko Savikko is acrobat as well and team number 3. You're in team number 8, okay? So we don't move him, okay? Juha-Matti Suoma is acrobat and team number 3, just like earlier. You will have, these are the number 3s that said the role. You should have more later. Is Jussi Riihijärvi here? I know, but I haven't seen Jussi here. Okay, yeah. Then Niko Leppänoro, you're number 5 and architect. Marko Mikkola is also in team number 5, earlier in team number 2 is Marko here. Then Jani Parisaari is in team number 5. Is Jani here? Okay, let's find the other team number 5s. Elina Martikainen is team number 5. Is Elina here? There, okay. Where is space? Maybe assemble next to Elina, then team number 5. Then Fabian Suomela, are you here? Sorry about that. It seems that we dropped off the stream. Then Akseli Ylhä-Ollila wasn't there, I guess. Kati Kangas, are you here? You're number 7. Sanni Harjunikula, you're number 7. Are you here? No. Jani Suopanki, are you here? Nope. A lot less people present, I guess. So Risto, you're alone. So let's put you into some other team. The team number 8, I guess, found themselves, so I skip you guys. Then is Tuomas Turpeinen here? You guys had also mentioned that you have a team, so you're just Turpeinen team. So I guess you're Elisabeth Heikkilä, and then Juho Vuolo is there. So you're in the Turpeinen team as well, and Perttu Tuovinen, yes. This is an example. If you let us know that you liked one another, then there is a team. Then Lawrence Kenneth Robinson, are you here? No, you would be number 4. Aleksi Pekkala, are you here? You're the number 2s. Let's see if we have more number 2s. Maybe you could join with Risto. But Jussi Lyttinen, are you here? You're number 2. Okay, he's sick. Mutherem Dindar, are you here? No, you would be number 2. Christopher Linder, are you here? You would be number 2. Then Pablo Santur, are you here? Matti Alanen, are you here? You would be educational team, but neither are here. Okay, so your number will be decided, whatever it is. So then is Lauri Sallama here? You were in distant last time, right? Will you be here present? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then maybe indeed you could be there for the time being. Esa Kivirinta. You are in team number 6. And Janna Jarvansalo. You are team number 6 as well. Maybe next to, was it Esa? Then Saija Honkanen. You're also number 6. Juho Vatanen, are you here? You're number 6. Olli Anetjärvi. You're number 6. That is it. Then number 9, Linda Kotajärvi. Oh, Linda. Jussi Meriläinen, you're in the number 8, yes. Yeah. I already forgot what number was I going. Was it 9? 9, yes, good. So last one. Pedro Henrique Stradioto Martins. So you're number 9. And was there anyone from number 9 yet? So number 9 is there. What happened to the rest of number 9s? Why? I guess lots of number 9s sent the. Oh, there is. Yeah, Linda Kotajärvi. So maybe you join these guys. You will be number 9 now. So. And then who hasn't been said? Particularly you guys, pick up a piece of paper. What is your role? And then let's try to make a sensible team. Meanwhile, within these teams, if you could go through your roles and see, do you have a coder, an artist, a designer, either marketer or entrepreneur? If not, then let me know, and if you feel like you get along well, then let's try to build you into a team or split you into the other teams. So introduce yourself, and then for those who didn't have a number, then we'll try to find you a place. Yeah.
I think it's
this-
design is here.
Sitten jos sulla on... tuo. Mä käyn hakemaan vielä Annen tuolta. Jatketaanko?
There's something you need to put things in the right place.
All right. Let's start quieting down, and hopefully Anne will bring back the stream followers as well. But since Anne is does it feel like this team that you're now in, that doing the rest of seminar within this team is probable? Okay, so far so good, at least for most. Next week's session will be kind of like a twin session for today, as what we will discuss next will be built upon with more clearer kind of template, how to approach team building, business, game making, and so forth. So next time's networking, meaning the end of things, would be a chance to discuss whatever you might meanwhile figure out what kind of project you would want to approach, or what kind of business model, or whatever. And if you feel like changing teams, that maybe something else would be smarter, then on the networking bit, we present whatever you have been up to. Once again, this all, like I explained in the first session 2 weeks ago, we try to first give instructions not specifically for any individual game, but like a broader thing that I want to make strategy games. Woo! And that could be, if I was there, then that could be the thing. And then presenting that next week will be the kind of approach. And then if it feels like, well, those guys are or gals are doing visual novel, and I feel that that's more realistic, so I want to join the visual novel team. And also the team sizes don't have to be this big. If you have like, at least in the stream, there is a team of 2 who would love to do stuff together. Team of 2 needs to sell a lot less than team of 5. But that's also perfectly fine. Also, if you want to be the hero developer that handles everything, sure, whatever we are handling now, if you're just one man who does everything, you have to sell half less amount of copies than team of two. So that's also possible. Nonetheless, what we are about to go through is still relevant to all, I think. So, any questions so far? Or any need to still wiggle more about the team, or do you think that the next times is enough that then for the last 2 seminars, then you have a team to do the exercises together? No, doesn't seem so. So now I will encourage you to continue discussing in the Discord. I think for most teams, I went to say that hoard one channel for yourself and communicate there. Indeed, I saw that at least a couple of teams started planning that could this be the game that we are making. The game what you will be making, this isn't a game design course, so only at the last session, hopefully then you will have like, we want to do this. So then you will be getting instructions, what material do you need to sell a project. So start dreaming together. That is what I'm saying. Without further ado, I feel like my introductions are super long always. So then let's talk about costs. So how do you know how much money do you need? Well, once again, my favorite superhero is Captain Obvious. So let's go through the Captain Obvious thing, which is that time equals money. So the more time you want to have, more money you need, and vice versa as well. More money you have, the more time you will get. And another thing is that the best time to apply for money is when you don't need it. Sounds counterintuitive when you don't have at the moment with this team any money, but basically if you are ready to bootstrap like Resistance Games did, then you don't need money right now, then you can still negotiate good deals, secure financing, public funding and so forth. So that's still good. But the moment you really, really need the money, well, that's one of those red flags. Because what if you don't get that money? Why would anyone invest into your game or into your team? Because if you need it now, then if you don't get it, are you bankrupt? Will you stop making anything? So that's risky. And it's sad, but the world isn't fair. Usually it's a lot easier to get money when you don't need it. But when you need it, it's getting increasingly difficult. That's why also, if any of the teams feel like, yes, it would be like, let's make a game this spring. Don't dedicate some of our free time to do a game and see if we can publish or sell it to a publisher or whatever, get money to finalize it. Agree that, well, to this time we will work. Then, and hopefully at least most of the team can commit to that. Then that's great. Then you have a budget, so to speak. And indeed, the fact that you need money might be the reason why you don't get it. That otherwise you would get it, but since you are in danger of going bankrupt, that's the biggest reason why you don't get it. Because if I have a bag of money on my shoulders, and let's say all of you are doing equally awesome stuff, what is least risky for me to give the bag of money is the one that needs it the least, because then if everything else is equal, then giving it to the one that has most amount of money means that they will have so much extra time to finalize, make the stuff, whatever they are doing, as great as possible. Nasty and annoying. The world is not right, but that's kind of the logic with investors and large extent also with publishers. And that's why showing your face all over again, that you're not disappearing anywhere, going to the fairs, make sense, because that will build down that sense of risk, that what if I give you the money, will you be able to finalize that game? And if I have zero information about you, then I feel super risky. But if I have seen you 4 times at the fair with the same team or same business card, then they exist. Giving them money feels less dangerous. Out of terms, runway is a term that how much time do you have before you have to stop doing. Bootstrapping basically means that how long does this team stay together before everyone's family is super annoyed that why are you wasting all of your free time on this? But usually it means that in the company, how long can you pay salaries before everything ends? Just as a term. So next, before we go to the budgeting, then let's have a quick look on different sources of money. Where can you get that? And as I said, next week we'll dig deeper into this, but in order to start the budgeting process, it's important to understand the sources of money. Where can you get it? So bootstrapping, which indeed, even if Jussi didn't ask, I would have explained. Bootstrapping is exactly that you spend your free time, like the American fantasy is that poor people, as long as they would pull themselves up with their shoestrings, then they would be fine. Kind of like the etymology of the word is a bit troublesome, but in any case, it basically means like doing work for free. So you work for free until money happens, like we did at the Resistance. So it can, but of course money happens because what you do. Usual way to do this is to make a demo, or if you're into mobile games, then do a soft launch. How many of you know what soft launch? How many of you don't know what the soft launch is? Okay, few. So in mobile games, it's very difficult to get fully funded game without a game that is already ready to soft launch. Soft launch is a version of a game that you release on specific market, and you get a hell lot of analytics out of it. You find out that what's the retention rate, meaning that people who downloaded the game today, how many of them return to the game tomorrow, in a week, and in a month. And ideally, also you find out how much money are they spending in your game. So that's a soft launch. But you release it only in Finland, or only in Estonia, or only in the Philippines, so that most of the world don't know it. For premium games also often is worked that we have a demo, and then with that demo we are more probable on signing a deal so that someone would pay us money to finish it. Then there is, of course, investors. Investors want part of your company. Usually there is exceptional investors that would invest in a project, but they are so rare that like 95% of the investors invest into your equity, so into the stocks. And they want your company to flourish. So individual game, whatever you're making, isn't as important. But if you are making visual novels for women over 60 years old, that could be the business idea. They believe that that's a smart idea. I want to invest into that. And maybe the first visual novel for women over 60, it wasn't a success, but if you have a case that, well, eventually women over 60 will love visual novels, then they keep on investing money into it and believing. investors, with the I will list different types of investors, but usually going the investor route means that they want their money back, meaning that you would need to have plans for further investment rounds and quite strong growth, so that with the company growing, then the value of their investment grows, and then at some point they can sell their ownership with big profit. So that would need to be then part of your plan, with the exception of friends, fools, and family. Yeah.
I have a question. It was more related to the soft launch.
Yeah.
So sorry about that. For kind of coming in late. What are the factors that you consider to choose the best country for soft launch?
It depends, on the game, but usually the best places for soft launch, if it's a global thing, like you want to launch it in most parts of the world, then some English-speaking country that isn't United States or Canada. So country that our culture is still close, maybe like Philippines, where buying users isn't super expensive, but then what works there could be argued that it works in the United States and Canada as well. Basically, any soft launch for different countries, if you are aiming for MENA areas or Middle East and so forth, then of course one country there, or if it's Nordics or whatnot, then one segment of that. If it's global launch, usually at least one English-speaking country, and maybe like Finland could be good soft launch country as well, but it's a matter of how big the user acquisition costs are. But of course, representative that how eagerly people are paying for the content in the mobile games, then like how that you get relevant data when you do the global launch.
So the follow-up question, you don't have to answer this if it feels like it, but do you have any suggestions on a soft launch in the Latin America region? This is a very specific question. You can also answer this later on if it's too
well, in Latin America, of course, then the regular average people, I guess, aren't as adept in English. So then culturally, it should be then like Latin countries, so Spanish-speaking countries in particular. But I guess any country that are representative still, like probably not Venezuela, as that's in deep trouble at the moment. But then some of the on Latin America, I have to say. Then we have, of course, on top of investors, we have publishers. And they are initially only in for one game. Sure, when you talk with publishers, of course, they will say that, well, we want long-term partnerships and so forth, which is, of course, like if the initial game went well, it's less risky if you continue working with the same team. But the reality is that maybe they don't like your next concept, and just because something went okay, that's not going to be enough for follow-up game. If it went well, then sure, of course, everyone is happy to continue. But the initial thing is that just that one game that you're making, that is what they evaluate. And what they want is your game to flourish. Your company to flourish isn't as important as in investors. So whatever you're going to do next, unless it's DLC, so expansions, additional content, live operations, and so forth, it doesn't really matter. And that's also, at least for me, the beauty that you could sell your games to multiple publishers and see who likes what, and then there is plenty of that. But what they want to know is that you can finish it. But they, of course, also want their money back. So what it usually means is that there is some sort of recoup clause in the contract that if I give you 200,000 euros or 1 million euros or 5 million euros, then either first I get all the money until I have gotten my money back, what I put into it. Or smarter publishers say that, well, first I get 90% of the income until the game has sold this much, and then you get 20%, and then you get 30%, and then you get 40%, and then 50%, and so forth. So that's their risk management. And they, of course, want to know three things, the publishers. First is that, is this game that you're selling, is it good? Is it fun? Second thing is that, can you make it? If you have a demo, it's more probable that you can make it, but can you finish it with the money that you're requesting? That's, of course, what they look. And then the third thing is that, can they sell it? And can they sell it means sell enough that they make their money back. Hopefully also multiple times. Like if it's just that, yeah, we barely make any profit, then most likely they don't want to put money into it. Maybe they can publish it if you finish it, and then they just start marketing it. But yeah.
Accept this help from investors. They have the less worth of your work.
The investors or publishers or both? Investors, one thing I have to emphasize with investors, they will join your vision. They will want, like, if as an, let's say, entrepreneur or as a company, you're a car, they don't want to sit behind the steering wheel. They want you to have an awesome goal in mind and you be on the steering wheel. Which also legally, for a long time, even if they would disagree, for a long time, if they own less than 50%, then that's also the case. Usually they might want representation in the board, which means that they do now have a stronger hold there, but they only invest if they believe in whatever you're doing. So the kind of investors forcing you to do something, well, they wouldn't invest into your company if they don't believe in what you're saying, which is also something that you shouldn't approach them that you tell us what to do. No, you are telling them what you plan to do, and if they believe that that's a good, then they might invest. So that's a good thing. The downside, of course, is that with investor path, you have to stick with that. If I say I put like 500,000 into your company, and you don't have any plans, how am I going to get my money back? Is there further investment rounds where I could make an exit? Or is it just like in 10 years, maybe some game is a success and then maybe the company sold? Well, if there is no plans, then why would I invest? Like, if you can't show that this is where I invest. But I'll get tiny bit, today I discuss more of this, but then investor path for new teams is more difficult than publisher path, because then you would need to have those experienced teams or really clever business ideas. One thing, if you hope to follow investor path, Elite Game Developers by Joachim Akren, definitely worth listening. That's mostly like 80% of it is relevant for mobile developers, but the 20% is relevant to all, and even in the mobile side, that there is stuff to learn. And we are in Finland, so we have really good public funding options. One of the best, which annoys the heck out of me when entrepreneurs tend to complain how difficult it is and so forth. But no, particularly if you're doing any R&D, there is support system for entrepreneurs as well. Business Finland, ELY centers, Kopiosto, European Union, sure, it takes time to apply stuff, but we can basically double our budgets in Finland with public funding. So really good option. So the Finnish society isn't there just for us individuals, but also for companies. Now, a bit more on the investors. So what sort of investors there are? First investors are called 3Fs, so friends, family, and fools. These people invest because of you. They don't necessarily need to have any sort of exit plans. It's your family members and friends, just like that, or someone who is just crazy that, oh yeah, the visual novels for women over 60. That's so great idea that finally someone is doing so. I invest already the earliest stage, which could be this stage where you're now in, or maybe in 2 months they might invest into you. After the 3Fs, there is the angel investors. They are still individuals, they usually don't do that as a job. They invest early. They are probably the biggest risk takers when it comes to investors. The sad thing in Finland is that there is very few angels who have any idea of games. So they are the ones who will be asking, so what problem are you solving with this game? Or something equally silly. With some games might solve problems also then. It's not that. That's why even if you go for investment path, I would go search angel investors into game conferences. The best ones that would be what is called smart money, meaning that they invest money into you, but they also provide their networks, their help, they provide additional value, not the dumb money, which is only money given to you. Then they are usually ones that go also to Gamescoms and GDCs and Game Connections and so forth. Another big reason to go to conferences. Then there is the seed stage, which is the stage which can be still individuals if they are very wealthy, but they could be already professionals. And this stage is already something that you need to have growth plans. You need to show that they are getting their money back multiple times, not necessarily next year, well, definitely not next year, not in 2 years, sometimes already in 3 years, but maybe in 5 years. They get their money 10 times back. Risk for these guys isn't an obstacle, but lack of growth in your vision is an obstacle. Like if we are successful and still they don't make money back, then that's going to be a problem. And of course, if you don't have a clear vision, that's going to be a problem as well. Then is the A round after. Sometimes there is pre-seed and so forth, but in any case, A round takes place. That's already a big millions of euros investment, and that usually takes place when there is already steady business. So when they talk about risk investments, I'm not sure if A round anymore is risk business, because that's possible if you already show that, hey, we are more or less steady or at least close to being profitable. So then they just invest into the growth. And the important thing is that from here and here, they need to see that this will happen somewhere, so that there is growth, that the value of the company goes high. They need to believe that this happens. So they can, particularly angel investors might be that they invest in, let's say, when you're 1 year old, and then when you're 3.5 or 4 years old, you have A round investment. Maybe these guys will buy out those guys. So then these will already make a profit when you're 4 years old. So they might buy out earlier investors. B round is similar to A round. It's just more mature company. And then acquisition or IPO, the going to the stock markets. That could be the last thing that takes place. Even if you don't go to investor path, the acquisition might still take place. Particularly if you follow game industry news, you see that currently lots of companies are being purchased. So if you have a steady path, like our very own Housemark was just sold, they weren't on the investor path. I don't know if they probably at some stage had taken some investments in, but they were clearly on the publisher path, and they were still acquired by Sega or Sony. Sony. But you don't have to be the oldest game studio in Finland to go acquisition. There are younger companies being purchased as well. Now, the challenge with the investment path is that they usually need to see 10 times their money back, vision in your plans. And why is that? Well, there is 2 reasons for it. The rule of thumb why investors always spread out their investments. Very rarely any investors, even angel investors, make just one investment, because they know that roughly half of the investments fail. Depending on the stage, maybe 1/3 of the investments fail, but particularly early on, half of the early on investments fail, meaning that they lost their money. And they're fine with it. That's part of the plan. Well, they try to avoid that, but no hard feelings and so forth. Money is lost. Then out of the rest 5, maybe 2 or 3 kind of just break even or small profit. So then actually I have then 2 or 2, yeah. Anyways, this should make 10. It's a mistake if it's the smaller ones, that's not 10. But anyways, then maybe 1 or 2 are the ones that really make the profit, and they have to count for all these lost investments as well. Well, there is another reason for this. Usually, those people in the seed round or A round, they aren't wealthy individuals. They are already investment companies, so venture capitals. What it means is that they aren't investing their own money, they're investing someone else's money. And they just get their salaries out of that fund, which could be our pension money, for example. Most of as we are earning salaries, part of that money goes to the pension funds. The pension funds invest them into different companies. So it's those money sometimes in some funds. I'm pretty sure that pension money isn't in game industry, but could be in those money as well there. And this fund, which is other people's money, then they usually have rights for profits first. So when there is these investments that fail, then the fund gets first covering all their losses. So they get the money first, meaning that if it's just 3x profit, then the fund will get the money, but those who made the investment decisions, they don't get yet anything. And they also want money. They are doing this for a job, and they want to be millionaires themselves. Often they already are millionaires, but they want to increase their money amount as well. And if it's only 3x, they might not earn anything more than just their salary. So if they want their money, then you need to have the 10x growth, and then that's where they also start getting serious money out of having made decision that I invest into you. But if it's not my money, then only at the 10x I'm making a lot of money. And if you go for mobile, as discussed first time, this is not a joke, sadly. There you might need to show 100x growth, because 1% of developers in mobile take 95% of the income. So making 10 investments in mobile will mean that you lose money. So 100 investments, then just that one might save the day. And then few dozens maybe break even or bring small profits, but most will fail. But then indeed, if you go through this path, you can use this to lure key staff in. Now I show it again, the same file I showed earlier. This. So let's say that today some of you form a team, and in half a year you have friends, family, and fools investment round. You managed to get 150,000 euros for 850,000 euro valuation. This valuation, if you go to Fiban, Finnish Business Angel Network, they usually would valuate you only at 500,000. But anyways, that's minor details. So then it means that you as founders, you guys, own at the founding stage, not funding stage, founding stage, 100%, but at this stage you only now own 85%. Then maybe in 1.5 years, you raise 250,000, and this time you have already shown some success, probably not yet profitable, but in any case, you have grown the company value to 1.75 million. So then the company value is now 2 million after getting this money in. Then you own only 74% of the company. But this here shows how much your ownership is valued. So clearly, in this round, it's 850,000 if for some magical reason someone bought that company at this stage. But this same ownership, even though it's now less, it has grown to be 1.5 million. Then 3 million if this took place, and then 6 million and so forth. This is more complicated thing, like there are nasty details, like why joining before first investment round is crucial. Finnish taxation is the reason. So if Risto lures me to join him at this stage, the company valuation is now 2 million. I joined slightly after this. Risto can't give me stocks anymore for free. I would have to buy them, and buying stocks is it's quite expensive to have any big ownership. Sure, I could buy them at 20% discount, but I would have to buy them in any case. Risto could offer stock options, so I don't have to buy them, but if company is sold, then that moment I buy them and then I make a profit. So that's something that could be done. And I think the details of this is blurry, but we will have a legal lecture from Lexia, was it?
I think so, yes.
Lexia ask about this, how this is handled, but maybe indeed at this stage there is stock options, and then instead of getting a raise, I would start getting ownership as part of the salary. Company would pay still salary side cost for that, but slowly I would be getting more ownership, which would mean that you would get more bangs for the buck still. You would get me with I feel like I'm getting good salary, but then the company wouldn't have to pay as much if you tie with the ownership of the stocks.
There's a question online. Do you consider the exit when presenting the plan to VCs or angels?
Angels, not necessarily. Like angels, it might be still blurry. They are the true risk investors. Seed stage, there has to be at least that some sort of goal that at least there needs to be that someone could buy this company, either AAA publisher, if it's that way, or you could, if it's successful, then you go to the stock market, you do the IPO, but there needs to be like a plan that the seed investors won't be satisfied, most likely, at least the professional seed investors won't be satisfied if you do like Colossal Order in Tampere. They are still mostly, they have few angel investors but they never intended to sell the company. They're just happy making games. And when they had a success, then they are just continuing making games and using Paradox as a publisher. So seed investors wouldn't like that. They need to get their money back. If it's extremely wealthy individual, they might still be like exception for this, but the professionals wouldn't be satisfied with this.
Yeah. So then in after half a year, the value is or the valuation is 1 million, but at 850,000 euros, does it require the founders to actually invest something on it, or is the real money only the 150?
No. This is the valuation. That's a very broad topic. I think Joachim Akren talks better about this than I do. This is valuation always is what investors see that is value and what you are seeking. In Fiban, there is kind of for the advice for the angel investors. So if you have a solid sounding plan, but nothing else, then the company valuation without any money being put in could be 250,000. If you have a working demo, it could be 500,000 and so forth. So they have listed like things as advising their angel networks so that what could be roughly be the valuation. This 850,000 doesn't mean that anyone has put this much money. It's the value of your idea, your business model, your team, and maybe the demo that you have done. And the fact that now it's 1 million, if things go according to plan, with this money by this stage, the increase like this 750,000 means that, well, you did smart stuff. So the company value grew more because you did smart stuff. Sometimes, of course, it might stay the same, and in catastrophe scenario, it might go down. But usually it goes up. Just like you can think of this growth that you had these plans. Let's say I'm your investor. I believe that, yeah, that's smart plan, but it's still risky. And if I give you the money, you did exactly that, then it's no longer risky. You didn't reach that. So then clearly it's no longer risky. That's why the value goes up. If the results weren't that, then maybe it didn't go as high as you hoped, but it's a matter of did the risks get down or up. This spreadsheet that I will share to you has, as you can see, lots of different stuff. And if I only found my cursor again.
Just one more question about the funding round. So is that like the target pre-valuation or the value of the company? Is that something that is in the negotiations that when the company is seeking for funding, do they negotiate what is the proper valuation?
Yes and no. It's definitely, it is a matter of kind of like like pulling the rope, which would be the right valuation. So it is up to negotiation, but it's also a matter of that if you manage to lure one investor, then they have the power because they are the only one ready to invest into you. So probably they have the power to push it down. If you are doing cool shit, you have multiple people or companies wanting to join in, then this can go higher up because, well, then many people want in. So it's kind of black art, how to do it. If you follow this route, indeed, Elite Game Developers podcast, I encourage to watch that. I can talk during the session somewhat, but then Joachim has so much material that there will be hours and hours to listen. So,
One question. You
yeah.
said that stock options actually
Not with stock options. I was more saying that if you would be giving like as part of the salary, that it instantly starts accumulating the ownership.
like if you want some really level.
Yeah, exactly. This is you're now like at the root of the nail, as we say in Finnish. Exactly so. So if you manage to get someone in early, instead of paying super programmer 6,000 euros or whatever, a ridiculous amount, maybe you get him for 3,000, but then very good options to join in. Let's say that it would be even here, then maybe they would be getting the 6,000 that they would get in Nokia or wherever, but you only pay salary side costs for 3,000, so they get 3,000 as regular, and I'm sure their personal taxation will go up because for the taxation it seems like they're earning 6,000, but this is some of the details that you need to discuss with the Lexia guy.
There is an online question on what are the most important metrics to show to investors. There's examples like cost per user acquisition, engagement metrics, and a question about soft launch. How long should a soft launch last?
One at a time. So what was the first part?
The first one was what are the most important metrics to show to investors?
If you are doing free-to-play game, then the retention rates are the most important ones. Day 1, day 7, and day 30, particularly 1 and 7, early stage. If it's later stage, then you need to show the other parts. For growth sector, if you want, like, long story, this requires for a longer answer. If you go for mobile, angel investors will never be enough for you. You need to be able to go for the A round, get millions of euros of investment, because you need to be pouring hundreds of thousands on user acquisitions, probably daily, so that you stay on the top downloads list. So in this sense, even like these figures are way too small. You need to be getting this amount of investments in, and these figures will need to be totally different. Or there are sure services in mobile game that will help you with managing this, like the well, anyways, is it Pollen VC that does the, well, anyways, services that transfer, if you are making this amount of money, then instead of waiting for that money to come to your pocket, that you put it back to user acquisition, there are services that then basically lend you that money so you can grow it faster, and then they just take money out of the in the process. What was the second question there?
How long does a soft launch last?
1 month, couple of weeks, some months? These are the options given.
I think it depends totally on the game, and like I know that some has stayed, like even in Finnish game studios had done several, like 4 soft launches before actual launch, so basically years. Even the Supernaut was 4 years. It also depends if you're still searching for, like, publishers like our own Fingersoft would be perfect replacement for investors. They could use their user base to advertise and do the same stuff what investors would be doing. So if you just want to get the statistics, then definitely like 2-3 months, so that you get to find out that how quickly players churn out your content, how quickly you need to push new content. At least the day 30 you probably need to have. But if you're just early stage and you want to have the day 7, then maybe indeed only a month. Then you focus just fixing the day 7. So you could need to do multiple soft launches as well. On this spreadsheet, if you are using it, you could just put your own names here, and then individual ownership, it would seem. If you get lots of friends, family, and fools, you just put their names there, and you could individually say that, hey, this is how much your ownership would be worth. And to make it easier, I created like automatic things, so you don't have to put lots of stuff here. So if this was the original plan, but then we actually did better, then you see here that now our ownership would be worth 2.2 million. So instead of doing lots of changing numbers, then you can just change those. Otherwise, if you want to play with it, basically just change these target valuation and investment sizes, and the spreadsheet handles the rest. And then you can add your own names here and so forth. Any questions on this? Oops. This also shows this GIF, what happens from the fund's perspective. 8% is usually what is expected if one does the in the stock business, like in the publicly listed companies, you could expect 8% growth, I guess. So why, if someone is taking bigger risk, they usually want bigger growth. So here you can see that if indeed it's only 5x return, then you could invest in non-listed companies, because it's just the same. But if it's 10x, then you earn 20% more. With investors, it's worth noting that earlier are the big risks. So angels, friends, family, and fools are the biggest risk takers, angels of that, and then seed investors and so forth. So the amount of risk they tolerate goes down. But also that means that the profit margins that they are looking for also goes down. So the 10x is for early stage, but A round might be a different case, because they don't invest unless you already show that you are almost profitable or maybe already profitable. So A and B round only take very little risk and usually invest into growth instead of establishing the business. So the true risk takers are earlier ones. And publishers also want to make a profit. This is something that we will discuss more on the 4th time or 5th time, I don't remember, 4th time I think. But there isn't as clear how many X they need to believe that they get their money worth. My gut feeling is that the 3X money back is what they need to believe, that if this is okay success, not like the hit game, but if this is okay success, we should get roughly 3X our money back. But there is a separate session, separate tools to analyze all this.
3x like with your profit or like before tax?
It's basically if I like. It's like after VATs and so forth. So if I give you, as a publisher, 500,000, 1x would be break even. So I got 1x. But 2x is that I made 500,000 profit, and 3x is I made 1 million profit. And when it comes to risk taking, this has the same, like you need to realize that publishers are also different. Everyone knows Paradoxes, Ubisofts, EAs, and so forth. And sure, if you manage to deal with them, you are in the big leagues. But their contracts are bullshit. Small and medium-sized publishers are the ones where you can expect fair deals. That is probably mostly because they know that they aren't the first place where you would go, so they have to offer you better deals than what the AAA publishers are getting. So in order to get the best games to themselves instead of waiting for better known publishers, then they have to take bigger risks as well. And the best ones are, of course, new publishers, because they know that even in the small and medium size, no one knows to follow them. No, you as developers can't, like, they don't have a track record yet, so they know that they are not the place who would offer them the coolest games, the most probable hits. So you will probably get better deals out of those. And with established AAA studios, make sure that whatever you're selling, you are making a big profit with that, what you're requiring. Don't sell like, okay, we make profit when the game sells, because you will never get such a deal that you would be ever getting any extra money out of that. I don't want to mention any names, but I have a belief that this is pretty much all the publishers, that only if it's a hit game you will see extra revenue. If you sell 300,000 copies, you won't see yet a dime with the biggest, most established studios. If your sales go to millions or over 1 million, yes, then you start making more money. But the bigger the publisher, make sure that you put some profits in there, or you deal with that you have some profits in, but then not serious ones, and you only use it as a leverage that maybe next deal, now we have a Ubisoft deal or Focus Home deal or Paradox deal or whatever, so it's easier to sell the next game. But you won't get to talk as good deals with big publishers as you can with small and medium publishers. But publishers and public funding will be handled a lot more, yes, in the next time, yes. Not fourth time, but next time. Any questions so far on the sources of money? Yes.
Are the publishers those that maybe like want to make some merchandise or stuff like
yes.
Are the publishers or investors, or they are suited for that?
At least publishers are often interested in the minimum kind of as promotional tools, but particularly if the game is anyway a bigger hit, than merchandise also as small extra source of income, like LP records for the soundtrack, or art Bible is our art book. They are usually the extra stuff that come quite automatically. Then sodas and others are usually like just for promotional stuff. So
it's
but-
good to like know in the contract state that who kind of like own the merchandise, or are they all together, the developers and the coders and the group, gaming group?
Yeah, there will be definitely part in the contract that handles this. At least probably all contracts that I've done, there is a segment on the merchandise income and so forth. And well, actually not all, but when there hasn't been, then we have made when we decided that yes, soundtrack comes, then like extra, the contract is made then. So.
I would ask about this FFF, like what states do you typically make your customer satisfied and like give them like personal question to help yourself or be fooled?
I have been fool taking loans for my companies. I haven't really even tried to get FFF rounds so far. I selected the bootstrapping, for example, for the resistance games instead of FFF. For the FFF, most likely you have colleagues or like older relatives and so forth that you could approach with this. There is particularly good, if you remind me in Discord, there is good episode in Joachim's podcast exactly on the FFF, that we all have better contacts than we realize for the FFF rounds or angel investments. I'm not sure if he listed that to angel or the FFF, but FFF as a definition is more like kind of that they don't care. They are like, good job, I want to support you kind of thing. Sure, it's easier if you can show that, yes, this is how you can get your money back. It's often risky for like social relationships. So indeed, maybe having extra that, yeah, I buy those off from you if at this stage and so forth. So you could wiggle whatever kind of deals you would want with the FFF investors. So I'm not sure if I answered properly, but yeah. When it comes to early stage and maybe even FFF, here in Oulu, we have really good example, the general manager of Ski Play Finland, so former Koukoi, Antti Kananen. I think he managed to assemble for the beginning of Koukoi. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, if someone knows better, but something like 40, 50 different investors, very small amounts, and that's how Koukoi got started. And Antti, I'm pretty sure he would be happy to share some in-depth into that as well. He used, though, a company specialized in finding these small investors, and I know that it was a big hassle. He was a lot of time on the phone, and he has zero problem with making cold phone calls to people when needed. But that's how Koukoi got started, and Koukoi was sold to Ski Play like at the end of last year. So. Okay, on to the budgeting. I say that this is the part where I'm babbling a bit too much. We still have a lot to cover, and original schedule was 15 past. We would finish this, so let's see. So when building a budget, of course, you would need to know the game that you're making. You can't really make a proper budget before you have idea what you're making. But of course, it can be the vice versa as well, that you build a budget and then brainstorm a game that, okay, how large game can we do with this thing? And already now I will be throwing kind of a carrot or a bone for the next time. I will be delivering an easy to follow path how to get 400,000 euro budget for your game, where each step seems quite doable. Sure, it will be annoying if you don't have the entrepreneur handling the business, because it does require applying it from many sources. But in any case, that's at least something that, because we are in Finland, with very sensible risks involved for each party, you could get 400,000 to make your first game. But that's for next time. So what you should do is plan realistically. So when building a budget, I would do something like this. I blur the text. This is an actual milestone plan. Hopefully nobody backtracks my blurring. So kind of like what happens each month. This is the design part. This is what artists need to deliver. This is what coders need to deliver, or vice versa. I don't remember anymore. And there is not always, this is audio part. And then here is deliverable, which is kind of like what is ready at this stage. And this shows what happens on each stage. Meaning that if you have this, that we know that we have 5 people, 2 people, 13 people, whatever number, then you go with the coder, artist, and designer, that okay, then design has proper specs for this here, so coders can do it here, and artists can start already doing that also here, or whatever, like plan together. So when you know the project at Resistance Games, this is, if we are doing it from scratch, it's close to 1 day. Maybe half a day, but you could prepare to spend 1 working day for this. And then jump to the budgeting tool, which is the second thing that we will be looking at. But before we begin, I want to emphasize bootstrapping is smart. That is lowering risks. I wholeheartedly encourage to bootstrap at least somewhat. But what is even better is that if you start putting up realistically how much money worth did you bootstrap, because particularly the investors, they don't give a damn about your free time, that how much you spend. They are worried that if your neck isn't on the line, if you didn't put money yourself in, then maybe it's too easy for you to just say that, oh, screw it, we're not doing this anymore. Lesser extent, when negotiating with the publishers, if you can show how much money is worth free time you have put, then it's easier to argue why that is part of the funding or risk that you have put already, and kind of leverage tool. But if you said that, well, for half a year we worked in the evenings, well, for us we didn't calculate this, and this working in the evenings for 1 year didn't consider a damn. So, but if we had numbers to back it down, that this is how much worth we put, then it could have been an argument in the negotiation with the revenue share. How does the revenue share go? Which also would make sense that if you work in the evenings, then it's kind of like that, yeah, let's put this amount of time, and if nothing looks promising, then maybe we call it a day. So no one is committed indefinitely, but rather that, yeah, I can put that much time in. I will share several copies of the budgeting tool. One is exactly this. It's the same budgeting tool, but I made a couple of scenarios. and next we'll look into that. But before we jump into the other tool, any questions so far? Okay, if no, then one second. Ta-da! Boring spreadsheets. Yay, designers and entrepreneurs love spreadsheet. So, looks as depressing as anything, right? Not very exciting. And very putting off kind of thing. But if you spend the time planning how long does it take to work with things, then this tool helps you to just put stuff here. The numbers you can put like whatever you would be happy to work with. On the 400,000 euro budget, I will be kind of giving you hints, and money means time. So the smaller your salaries, the longer time you have. So if you're starting a journey together, smaller salary at the beginning means that the further you can go. So anyways, that's just as a reminder. So how this spreadsheet works is that you put salary numbers here. Here is an estimation. The colors originally are that the different roles have different colors, but as I was in a hurry, then I didn't change the colors. So just put some salaries here, maybe change whatever it would be here, like the milestone, that proof of concept, gold master candidate, and launch at the 9th month. Maybe you bootstrapped or maybe you didn't, but then 9th month you launch, and then 1 month you can still fix bugs. One project. These all are lead positions, so I just directed your idea that you don't have to pay everyone the same salary, and if it's leads and one non-lead, so then that's a tiny bit smaller, but it can be whatever you want. So, and what this then does is that here, actually I have to check, I haven't updated this tool. These are the salary side costs. If you go to palkka.fi, you can check, has they changed since last time I edited this generic template? But these are super easy to check. So these are when I as a company pay you salary, these are what I pay on top of that. So not just the salary that you get, but other parts as well. And so forth. And what happens is that you only need to plan this bit, and then it transfers it here. I think I forgot to fix one error that there is. Yes, there is one error that the cash flow system doesn't go right. I'll explain that in the Discord later, and I'll update this tool in any case. Then if you want, you can, like these 3 lines come from what I showed you. So you can only think that that salary that you saw on the salary page is the salary that regular people think as that's my salary. I earned this amount, so that's the amount as you individual would understand. Here comes the extra costs, and here comes how the money flows. So some are deducted, as you know, that if you earn 3,000 euros, you don't get 3,000 euros. So this is the amount of deducted as your personal taxation. You as person don't have to do that, but someone running the company pays part of your salary to the tax office. Yes?
Yes, there's a question. In case of hiring employees, usually what is the ratio between the founder's salary and their salary? Is lower, the same? And then I have 2 additional questions.
There is different schools with this. I think Joachim in particular pushes that the founders should have smaller salary than the employees. I can say that in Resistance games, it's the vice versa. So because we bootstrapped for a year without any compensation, then for us, the founders have a tiny bit bigger salary than the later recruits who just joined straight into the table.
Follow-up question was, well, not really a follow-up, but in line with this question is, what is the expectation of investors about founders' salary?
I think most investors don't want to see that you're paying yourself like ridiculous amount of money, that you just get investment to live the high life. So reasonable salary. I'm pretty sure most investors would be okay if you are paying the same that you would be getting somewhere else, or tiny bit less. I don't know. If you're boosting your salaries super high, then I'm pretty sure every investor would be unhappy with it. But then again, they also know that it's up to the individuals. If you have exceptional skills that you know that these skill sets are very high in demand and it's still smart, then maybe you can still pay good salary for yourself. I think it's up to the investor. My rule of thumb is that don't expect investors to be happy that as well as you would if you maximized your salary working for someone else.
And the third question, how do you manage equity options for employees joining the company? Is a common policy with startups?
Yeah, this is basically this is where I need a bit of backup from the Lexia guy. In most Finnish game studios, making sure that the people stick with your company, so tying them in with stock options is pretty common practice. Sure, the number of stocks is extremely small, so small that what bigger or medium-sized studios would be offering. Like personally, I have been in that position and I wasn't interested in such small ownerships. But then again, if you don't join a team at the starting stage, it will become very expensive to have any bigger ownership. That's also one of the big reasons that you should have, if you're serious, to try to get the good talents early on in, because the moment you have valuated investment round, it will become very difficult to give anyone a bigger share. Like if you have been valuated as 1 million euro worth company and you would want to give someone 10% ownership, then it means that he is supposed to have 100,000 euro salary, which like personal taxation, that's like 100,000, same as if it's in 1 year, someone earning 100,000, personal taxation goes skyrockets, and that's not yet even any salary cut. So he would have to live somehow. So it's easier to commit with the bigger ownership early on, and 1 million euro valuation is very small still. So if you would want someone to be deeply involved with a bigger than 1% share, then it will be very difficult to get them to have more than 1%, because then the Finnish taxation system is such that then that's considered from the valuation of the company. So that's why committing people early on is a key. But did I answer the question, because I forgot the question already? So
I think you did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyways, back to the tool. So this does all that automatically, and then you can just add monthly running costs like rent or computers, licenses, and so forth. And what this does is it shows how much money is spent every month. It shows here at the end how much money you have at the end of the month. And then there is money slots for the equity financing, meaning investors, if you want to have that public funding and so forth. And then up here, the publisher payments and so forth. So this automatically calculates that, let's say that as a kind of exercise, that as signing fee, we would get, was this the 100,000 project? I don't remember. Well, let's say 25,000 euros publisher payment. We make 30,000 euro angel investment, and then we get tempo funding from Business Finland. This will be described next week closer. What does this mean? I'm just showing how the tool works. So then, was it 32,500 from public funding option, and then how much is that? 17.5. Something like this. And then let's say that here we would get from publisher 25,000, and here we would get 25,000. And if this would be the sources of money, it shows exactly are the money in the bank account, is it growing or shrinking? And it also shows the amount of money at the bank account each month. And it will show that when you are out of money and bankrupt. So you can then start organizing next bunch of money coming in. So relatively easy, I hope. Raise your hand if you followed how the spreadsheet works. Raise your hand if it was too complicated. 2, okay. We can check it properly, but next up, I would want within those teams to discuss your ideal case. How long project would it be? 400,000 for one game, or like this this promise that the path to where is that this? Oops, I closed it. Or would it be a plan like this? Why didn't it appear? Did I misclick? No. Like this, that we first make one game, then another one, and so forth, as a preliminary talk. And what size of team would you be interested in, and so forth. Anne will share the files for your emails in a bit. Now is a good time to ask final questions, and then the stream followers, that will be all. But then here we still continue discussing within the group, but there is at least one more question.
What's your opinion on Kickstart funding?
Kickstart funding, yes, that is one thing that is a good new source. If you build it into the plans and make sure that you focus on that, it could be one source of funding. Definitely, when planning, sure. It's not a fast track, so you would need to have a following. Just having a Kickstarter campaign or Indiegogo campaign doesn't bring you money. You need to build up a following first. So I don't think you can ever start with that. But if here you start working together, you start promoting instantly what you're doing, and then you have Kickstarter campaign somewhere here, it could still work. And the rule of thumb with the crowdfunding is that month that you're doing that, you need to do most of the work before that, and that month that you have that campaign, you literally can't do anything else because it's so much work. So it will take away time from the development. But yeah, another question.
About crowdfunding, it's legal.
It is. There was a discussion on specific reward tiers. In Finland, we have rahankeräyslupa, like if you are just accepting donations, that's illegal. So if you allow for custom number of reward that you don't give anything out of that, then that's illegal. But if you kind of do pre-sales, that you get this PDF if you give me €5, then that's perfectly legal. So then you're basically giving something away as a reward. And of course, particularly easy it is if you're crowdfunding and with this amount of money you're getting the final product. So that's just pre-sales basically then.
But do you get the entire amount from Kickstarter, or are there some taxes, VAT, that will come from the Finnish government?
In Kickstarter, I think, I'm not sure about the VAT. Kickstarter always comes from abroad, so I don't think there is VAT, but the Kickstarter itself takes 5%, and then credit card companies and others take 2 to 3% or something like that. So you don't get the full amount, but the large part of it. But those should be easy to go to their website and see how it goes. So, any other questions or comments? Yeah.
Does this apply also to Patreon? Because that would be like a more constant way of getting money.
Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Patreon, as long as it's not donations, as long as they are getting something, it should be legal. Like the Finnish law prohibits that I say that I'm doing hyväntekeväisyys. What's that in English? Charity. But I'm putting them into my pocket. So you need permission to do charity. But if you're doing sales as pre-sales kind of stuff, or that if you give me this money, you get this, that's fine. And let's see if there is still any. This was a big topic indeed, like I think 5 years ago already or something. And I think it was clear that it is perfectly legal, the crowdfunding. But if there is any, then I think on the 4th time we have a lawyer holding, I don't remember, was it 40-minute or 20-minute presentation on all sorts of contracts and so forth. So you can ask the crowdfunding questions then on the legal status. But I am strongly in the belief that they are legal as long as you don't accept donations. Which is actually, as far as I've understood, main reason why Kickstarter isn't available in Finland, because they would have to change their back end, meaning the entire how the system works, so they could rule out the just donate money. So that's why they went to Sweden, because in Sweden it's fine to collect money, but in Finland they would have to change the system that one option isn't on. So. Any other questions or comments or feedback on today's session maybe? Okay, good. So not scary, even though we discussed budget and spreadsheets and all the nasty stuff. So still great. Good. Thanks. If there's no other questions, then I say goodbye for the teams online. The Game Developers World Championship, I hope you managed to follow this. The same, hopefully the Enskede people managed, even though they got the link only today. I don't know if they managed to join in time. Raahe people as well, following stream there, and then of course everyone at their homes. But we continue here with the team building and discussion on these budgets. And if you have laptops, by the way, completely forgot. Please, if you come follow here live, it will be super helpful from now on if you have your laptops with you, so you can access all this information. But I thank you, and then let's continue only here in Oulu.